supply for my dash cam so I can hook my dash cam back up. Alright, then make this video public. I just left the house, just got into my truck. Okay. Let's say Victorville to, I don't know, Williams or somewhere. The phone will be running hot probably most of the day, most of this stream, because I'm going to have the sun in my face a good chunk of the way. Public, not made for kids. Alright, good to go. Oh my god, looking at the do I have an SD card on this thing? Because if I do, I could use it for the dash cam. No, there's not one. I don't think I have an SD card in the camera. I'll have to double check. Or wait, no. Maybe it's the one that came. Maybe it has the one that came with it. Okay, so this was my problem. This power supply is no good. Oh. So trash that. Set up that I want, then I can, oh yeah, it's definitely a tighter fit. Now let's see if the phone charges. Yep, phone does charge, so definitely good there. Alright. Yep, you're not having an SD card in there. Remount the exterior camera. so I can focus on what I need. Oh, JCT's calling me. Damn thing hung up right before I got a chance to answer it. I hate when that happens. 646, that number looks familiar. Jack Wallace. Hey, how you doing? This is Scott on L3365E. I think I missed a call from you. I'm doing all right. Oh yeah, yeah. I've been good here. Okay. Just kind of curious, actually. I'm on critical events. How am I looking on those? I know I had one overspeed not too long ago. Oh, okay. Well, that's a good thing. Yeah, I try. Yeah, that's exactly what I try for. They're pretty rare, even when I do get them, and I do try hard to not get any at all. Yeah, like particularly the last time was, yeah, I think Arizona. I just paying attention to the road, not to the speedometer, and next thing I know, I realize I'm at like 80 miles an hour. Oh shit! Just slow down. Yeah, yeah. All right, yeah, sounds good. We'll definitely do. All right, thank you. We'll do. Thanks. Have a good day. Bye. James, Jim, whoever else. Alright, I'm working on hooking my dash cam back up. Mount it, and this. Unravel that. Snake this through my door in a way where I can also get to it.
missing the GPS part of it hooked back up. Morning, Judy. Okay, I need my scissors. So I can better secure the wires from my external camera. What's up? Hey, Cody. Hey, Cody, I was going to ask you what happened with that load that you, they end up finding a new vendor for it, or? Come on. I'm going to go off duty for a minute. This way. Paid to save this box because I didn't have to pay a restocking fee on the camera when I sent it back for a warranty review. Anyway, yeah, it's a Pinnacle for 4K dual dash cam. For those of you guys who are curious, if you're not already aware, that's my main one that I normally run. I have an SD card in here. Feeling that one of the mechanics might have stolen my SD card. I think I left it up there on the dash when I had my truck in the shop, but that or I put it somewhere and misplaced it. What's this one? Damn it, nothing in there. It's just the holder. What I may need to do is just borrow the one out of my phone because it doesn't work anyway, or at least not on the phone. Gonna lose signal for a minute here though, because the when I pull that out, the SIM card's gonna come out too. So the phone's gonna completely quit working for a little bit. Now, gotta take the case out of the way. Alright, hang tight. You'll buffer for a little bit until I get the SIM card back in. Alright, there we go. Gotta go just long enough to get the SD card out. What size is that? 128. I hope I hope it works with this camera. We'll find out. Wrap these wires so not such a big mess. Waiting to see if my camera will start recording. Got a solid blue light on it right now. I'm waiting to see if it starts to flash, or maybe I need to make it record. I don't know. It's the wrong one. Maybe I need the other one. Which one's longer? Probably that one. Yeah, I might need to get a 64 gig card somewhere. Technically this isn't legal because it's blocking the defogger outlet, but technically we're not supposed to block the defogger outlets. That's actually a DOT violation. Hey, how's it going, Jason? Still on solid, maybe here. Memory error. Okay, so yeah, this SD card's probably too big. I might have put it in this little tray here or something, but no. Alright, I'll probably have to just look at buying a new one on the road somewhere. Oh, these are addicting. Linda just got past Ash Fork. Are you coming this direction or are you going east? Am I gonna be chasing you, or we gonna flip each other off, or what? Okay, so memory error. So yeah, I think this camera can only accommodate a 64 gig card. Oh wait. It is still here. I didn't realize it. Oh, it's 128 also. Alright, let me plug this one in and see what happens. It might have just been not formatted or something, for all I know. Please insert SD card. Memory error. me double check. I think I don't know if it's the fact that it's a new camera. I mean, the main unit is new, or see if it says anything about what size. I don't see anything in there about what size SD card it can accommodate. So when in doubt, RTFM to double check. Must be a class 10, but didn't really say. It didn't say anything on here about what size SD card it can accommodate. Anything on there, it tells me what size SD card I can use. Could have sworn that one was good though. Because I thought the one that was sitting there on the dash is the one that I was originally using in there, so. Double check what's on it first. This is frustrating. Annoying because it's burning up time that I could be spending driving my truck. And I'm not a fan of showing up at truck stops late in the evening. Why is the SD card not even showing up in here? That's weird. In worst case, I can use the interior camera SD card. At all. Alright, that's not adding up. So I can take the SD card out of this one. Use it. See, that's a 64 gig, which I'm thinking that might be why it's not working. It might only accommodate 64, but I forget. I gotta Gotta double check. And if I have to pick between the two dash cams, I'll use the dual camera, but I'd like to have them both running if I can. Alright, now it's recording. So yeah, it seems like either something wrong with the SD cards themselves, or I'm pretty sure that one cannot do it 128. Yeah, I think I'll just have to go get a 64 gig card from somewhere. Make sure we're set up on a line. I'll just hang this up. Flip this back around. Won't plug it in because there's nothing to record onto anyway, but I can at least plug it back in so it's how I want it. Alright. So we can get rolling. Probably make a quick stop at Del Taco in Barstow for a burrito. Wait on the trailer to air up completely. So riddle me this. How is I to get detention paid for $30 for a pickup that I was late to, but I don't get detention paid for a customer I showed up on time to and spent 8 hours at? $30, that's basically 5.5 hours at the customer. And I spent 8 hours at the, actually, well, I guess 6 in a way. Because, yeah, it didn't technically start until 11 o'clock and then ended up being like after 1 o'clock by the time I was done. So it should have still been like 40, 50 bucks of detention fee for that one. Alright, let's get rolling. Alright, so Linda and I will end up flipping each other off. Alright. Linda is coming at me. We'll see her somewhere along I-40. Bass Fork is 145 or so miles into Arizona. So we'll probably be somewhere in, you know, the eastern half of California by the time we cross paths. I keep forgetting your new truck number, Linda. I know what it used to be, but because I think it used to be like 3901 or some shit, but I'm not sure what your, I know I've seen your new truck number, I just keep forgetting what it is. Almost forgot to set my trip meter for the shift. Having its main camera back at least. Supposed to get the dual views. I'd like to be able to have the interior camera working too, so I can have a good backing footage for you guys. I know some of you guys do watch particularly for backings. Any kind of little help with that might help your own backing skills is what I aim for. You know, and yesterday was a good example where just the right kind of information can make all the difference in the world. Let me get this turned out of my way and then talk about that. Because some of you guys were here yesterday when I streamed from, when I was leaving the shipper. Some of you were not. Yesterday, yesterday I was getting ready to leave this the shipper, or about to pull out of my dock door at least, and there was a Stevens driver. Now I was already in front of him. I was away from the dock door, so I could get I was trying to get my doors closed so the guy could seal it. Meanwhile, Stevens was over there trying to set up for a door that was I don't know, about 4 or 5 spots over to my right. So I was kind of in a way, I was somewhat affecting her, or she didn't have the greatest setup, and because her trailer was tracking too much to the blind side, where there was a yellow decab in the door. She tried to back up, in a right turn to get the trailer to rotate faster, but there's two problems there. One, the trailer, the trailer tires or tandems got stuck out in the middle of the lane instead of rolled toward the spot, which leaves less room for the tractor to work with. And on top of that, the tractor got jammed up. Stop already. I might need to change that. The magnet that helps hold my phone up against the holder. But if it falls that easily, then it's probably I probably have the magnet in the wrong spot back there. Anyway, she got jammed up on a drop trailer, and then she looked like she was wanting help. And she gestured like, "Hey, can you give me a hand?" Kind of thing, like, "Yeah, let me get my doors closed and I'll give you a hand." And so but I told her before I do, tell her, because I looked over there, I could see how she was set up. I could see that she was too far to the blind side. So I told her, just do a 3-point serpentine forward maneuver to help shift your setup to the left. So I told her left, right, and then left for your forward correction, and then that should slide your trailer further down to the left, give you a better setup. And it said if you still need help by the time I get through closing my doors, I'll give you a hand. So I went ahead and she went ahead and started doing that while I'm walking back to my trailer to close my doors. And next thing I know, I'm watching, when I'm walking back up and looking back over, it's like, hey, she's getting it. The serpentine move that I told her to try worked perfectly. There was someone over there spotting for her. The guy in the day cab, trying to keep her clear. Trying to let her know she was clear of his truck, but then he got distracted with talking to somebody else in the middle of it. So like, oh great, there's nobody to spot her now. And she has no idea of how close her trailer is to hitting his trailer. So I ended up running back over there to the blind side, basically over behind her blind side of her tractor, in a spot where I could see both her trailer and her, I could see her trailer directly and the guy's day cab, and I could see her through her rear view mirror. That's where I always position myself when I'm spotting for somebody on the blind side. You don't stand between the trailer and you don't stand in the path of where the trailer's at. That's just not the smart way to do it. Some people do it that way, but I'll call it the not so smart way to do it. Anyway, and the reason for that is because if you're not paying attention, like say that guy got distracted yesterday, the guy spotting for her, 3892 is your number. Okay. Yeah, if you get distracted, or you're not paying complete attention, and then the driver's not able to see you when they they keep coming back, you can get squished by them. It has happened. There was an incident a while, some time ago. I think it was at a Walmart store, if I remember right, where somebody was spotting for a driver backing into a spot, and they were way back there in the back of the spot. But then, I don't know what happened, but basically the driver lost sight of the spotter, but the driver kept coming back anyway. And the next thing you know, the driver squished the spotter in between the trailer and the dock door. Obviously, dead as can be. So that's why, yeah, I'm gonna have to remount that when I get to Barstow. When I stop for my burrito, I'll reset that magnet. You're gonna probably have problems with it falling several times. If it's falling that easily when I'm not even hitting potholes, then yeah, it's definitely a mounting problem. Yeah, these ruts right here in the road right in front of me, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have a problem there as well with the foam falling. We'll see. So anyway, like I said, I spotted, and I could try to let her know, hey, you're still clear. You got room here to keep coming back and chasing the trailer some. Yeah, see, I told you I was gonna fall. I complete my turn, and then I'll remount it. She gets in the spot. She did a pretty good job of, correcting. And I was just trying to make sure she knew how much space she had available to work with. She was very thankful after that and offered me some water and all that. I'm like, oh, no, I'm good. I got water already, but I appreciate it. Just, hey, looking out for a fellow truckers. Well, all I saw. She wasn't a bad-looking woman either. Yeah, that's another good example, though. If you're ever in a bad spot, ask another driver out here. If you drive. Somebody else's truck. So if I can give you even just a little bit of assistance that you might be able to take away from there and apply for plenty of other backings in your career, and that'll also help you get in there more efficiently and safely, and I'm all for it. I don't want to have to worry about you someday wait for you to actually have an accident and not actually try to help you. Wait for you, and so they can get it on the internet and be internet famous themselves for, oh, I got this idiot doing it. Chilly here. The AC's working really well right now, but it's 76 degrees. I needed it to be a little more chilly in here for the moment to get my phone cooled down. Oh, there's a Stevens right there. Now, there are several Stevens trucks all picking up there at the same place. Unlike a Granny Smith apple color, but I think it's brighter than a Granny Smith apple. Hey, Corey. Alright, so anybody who wasn't aware from yesterday, I just picked up last night in Vernon. Spent all day in Vernon, unfortunately. Detained by two different customers. Spent 8 hours at my receiver, although 6 of it was actual legit time. Yeah, so I mean, this thing, I gotta fix the magnet later. They made me 4 hours late to my pickup, and then I ended up spending what was that, like 5.5 hours or so at my shipper before I was able to finally come home and get some R&R time. I got a pretty good nap in while I was waiting for because I didn't get a doctor assignment at the shipper until a little more than 4 hours after I checked in. And actually, I got quite a bit of nap time in with that, so that helped, because I was tired. Alabama trooper finds over $1 million during a safety check? Damn. How come I can't find that? Corey, you got scolded by, I think you said scolded by your doctor. Uh-oh. Something related to your kidneys, he doesn't think you're taking good enough care of yourself, or what? No, Jody is calling me. Hang on. Let's find out what happened with Jody's load. He got
Hey, what's up? Hey, just let me fill everybody in on what happened with you because I don't know everybody's aware. Um, so for people watching, Cody's on the line. Um, you won't be able to hear him, but yesterday he had a delivery to make at Pilgrim's Pride or whatever it's called, right? Yeah, over Mount Pleasant, Texas, which is off of Interstate 30, in between Dallas and Texarkana. And you showed up. There was a meat load, but a beef load, but they only take chicken. Correct. Okay, so your load got rejected, and what happened after that? Yeah, I think. Wait. Which location was that? Yeah, but I don't know what city you're talking about. Okay, so Cody said JBS messed up or something and put the wrong address or something on the load information. So he spent 8 hours in a dock door at the Pilgrim's Pride, DC, and Pittsburgh, Texas. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Yeah, there's way too much information coming in here at the same time. So you're telling me that the same place that you picked up a previous load at, and spent 8 hours on a dock door at, is the same place you were actually supposed to take the load that you have now or just finished with. Okay, now I get it. And that's in Pittsburgh, Texas. How is it the person at JBS and Tollison's fault? Okay, so it was the correct product and everything, but it just when they flagged the destination, they flagged the wrong destination. But then how does it get into your load assignment before you're even picking up that you're going to that same place? That's where it's not adding up for me. Okay. Yeah, yeah, but yeah, but still, it's not adding up to me because you got a load assignment saying that you were going to that location in Mount Pleasant before you even went to the shipper. So there was already something wrong in the first place. So it sounds like they're blaming the wrong person. It sounds like somebody else in there flagged the wrong location before the shipper the loader ever even got a chance to start putting pellets in your trailer. Yeah, basically it's well. It sounds like they're blaming someone's pointing at pointing the finger at JBS's loader, but in reality, no. When your load assignment already said that you were going to Mount Pleasant before you even got to JBS. Or well, then again, how early was the how early was the trailer ready for pickup? was a day early. Okay, and but then you got your load assignment when? Yeah, okay, so the same day that it was ready is the same day you showed up. But when did you get your load assignment? Okay, because what I'm trying to determine is if you got your load assignment saying to go pick up there before or after the trailer was already loaded. The load assignment was sent on the first. Uh, okay, you got your pre-plan when? Yeah. Okay, so the 31st at 1700, about. Oh, at least by then that was already wrong. And then what day did you say the load was actually ready? So the 31st, and that you said like at 12:30 or so that same day is when it was ready. Okay, so yeah, you don't have enough digital trail on your side of it to say that that the information was already wrong before it was loaded. Since it's a preloaded trailer and it's not a dropping hook, I mean, it's not a live load, it was a dropping hook that was already ready for you before you even got the pre-plan, then yeah, it's kind of, so it, it doesn't absolve the JBS loader of responsibility for what happened. Ah, well, like utter confusion or what? Yeah, maybe you could make some Chick-fil-A joke out of it or something. Oh, I mean, you guys both have a point because someone screwed up and it cost somebody extra money and you time. But then again, all I have to do is add Mount Pleasant to your route plan and then pay you the extra miles, and then they can invoice the customer for causing it. It's not a big deal. Yeah. What you talking about, Willis? This freaking taker's driving me nuts, and there are too many cars out here right now. He's only going just a tad slower than what I want to be doing. Actually, yeah, he was doing fine with his speed, and then every time he goes up a hill, he loses speed, and then I get stuck. Yeah, because there's too many cars in both the number one and two lanes. I am heading to Dacula, Georgia. Damn it! Would you get that fucking truck out of my way already, dude? I want to get I wanted to get around this tanker, and then this freaking stallion truck decides to go flying by, and then all of a sudden now he's only doing like 1 mile an hour faster than me. Like, get your goddamn truck out of my way. So let's say all the other traffic that's back there catch up, and like, dude, move, move. Why are you slowing down next to me? Carthage, Texas? Yeah, a few times. It's all right. I haven't had problems there, but I know other people have. Yeah, the only real problem I ever had there was one time they had the wrong trailer number on there, and I knew we figured it out why because the when I got the bills said trailer number 53 something like 5318 or something. I don't know. I'm like 53. I don't remember any 53 trailer numbers. So, but then I'm looking around their yard, and there's a 5'8" whatever trailer. So like maybe it was actually 5'8" something, but they put 5'3" instead for some dumb reason. Or um, I, this freaking goddamn stallion driver still. Yeah, now he's finally moved over. God, idiot. So I'm doing like 55 barely, trying to stay behind this tanker without running into him. And the stallion guy was probably doing at least a good 60 as he's passing me, and then while he's next to me, he starts going like 56 or some shit. And then taking forever, and like cutting off any chance of an escape route for me. So the only option I had was the right shoulder if something were to happen. God, freaking dipshit! He's still driving slower. I'm back to my speed that I want to be driving because I'm finally able to pass the tanker. Now Mr. Knucklebutt here. Yeah, I was still. I'm gaining on him still. But now it looks like he's starting to speed up. Now that I'm gaining on him. Freaking idiot! I just hate stupid people on the road. So, well, I mean, it's not quite so pleasing when it's it's some rundown looking chick, and she shows them to me, which actually did happen after that one time I picked up in Santa Paula, and yeah, I'm over on the 5 freeway, and this woman in the passenger seat of this pickup that's passing me has no shirt on, no bra on, or anything, and it waves at me like intentionally showing them like, okay, it's not saying they were bad, but just she looked kind of rough looking. I think maybe more like she looked like several, or maybe a couple of pack a day smoker or something, and probably done some drugs too. Okay, yeah, easy is one thing, but looking easy versus actually looking like you have some kind of class or different things. That's what makes you and I different in what we like. Nah. Yeah. Okay. Good example here. There are a lot of guys. There are guys who run into women wearing like like really short, like really high cut, whatever you want to call them, shorts that are like beat up looking, like torn and all this kind of stuff, and it's kind of like got a, I guess, a stinky look to it, and some people like that. Hey, more power to them. To me, no, it looks like low class. I don't, no, I don't. Nothing wrong with it. I don't have a problem with people who want to look like that, but you're not for me. I mean, even if I was single, no. Or if you look like a cowboy, cowgirl, whatever, that's another one. Hey, it's funny, fine for some people, not fine for me. I'm not into that style. I don't. If I think that you have, if you're gonna freaking uh, drive me fucking insane with country music, no, that's just gonna be a hell no. Yes. Yeah, like why is he's trying to insinuate that the truck has problems or something? That doesn't mean shit. How do you know that the truck's not a letter B on it because the people who were previously on it either quit after a short time or got fired? Okay, so he used to lease that same truck then. Yeah. Oh boy. And this was who again? Uh, I can't remember if I've seen his. I'll have to take a look. Truckers across the nation, right? Or for at least 10 years, I hear. What is it? Oh, it's a dead dog. Yeah, there was a Caltrans type truck on the right shoulder, moved over forward, and then figured out that he stopped there because there's a dead dog on the shoulder right in front of him. It was like some kind of black and tan one, looking like Oh, it could be like a German Shepherd type dog. Yeah, and I'm getting ready to get off the freeway myself. So, all right. Bye.
Okay, stopping at Del Taco. Get some breakfast. Oh, come on. And I need to fix that damn magnet on there while I'm parked. Yeah. On a sight now because the stallion in my way. I can't. Yeah, those guys are all going. I think those guys are getting on. Yeah, all those trucks are going over to Flying J. Okay. Good. Okay, so my load is due on the 7th. I can get, if I had full hours to work with, I could get it there as early as the morning of the 6th. But I don't have hours, so and I'll have to wait for my recaps to come in. I'll have the required hours the day of the delivery. Damn you. Thank you, Western Express. Takes so damn long that now I have to wait on the traffic coming out of Starbucks to, damn it, and then you freaking don't even turn into there. Yeah, let's turn into Del Taco when we're trying to go to Flying J. Started my turn just a little prematurely. Had to counter steer to try to keep my trailer tires from running over the curb. To CRST, but I'm not. I'll stay back this way. So my reefer unit's not too close to him. Not going to be here very long anyway. Come on. All right. First things first. Let me fix the magnet problem. Hopefully. Let me just unplug it first. Okay, so here's the case my phone goes in. There's this magnet right here. It goes in between my phone and the case. See, it goes like that to help keep it in, where it's supposed to be. Could they have this backward for all I know? I don't know. I don't think it matters. Alright, so then I can put this back in. Hopefully that'll fix it. Alright, now I also got to fix the chat. It's messed up, so hang tight. Okay, we're good to go. Alright, this looks like... Alright. I don't understand that. Shouldn't that be helping you? There's something I'm missing. Maybe, Alright. Let me get this turned around. I'm going to run inside. Wait for you guys to answer, whatever, and I'll get back in just a few. The sunglasses a little bright out here.
old days.
Terry? Alright, so for Terry, anybody else who just showing up, I'm in Barstow. Just made a quick stop here, get rolling now. I'm going to be crossing paths with Simi on the road. We're probably somewhere in Eastern California. She was in Ash Fork when I first started the stream. It's about 145 miles or so from the California line. I had about 190 or so to go from the house, so probably cross somewhere around Essex, or no, probably even a little bit, maybe even a little bit more on my side of Essex, depending on if she stops anywhere. I'm taking it. Nate, are you in the wrong lane? Or are you going in, are you actually going to go to Flying J? Because if you're getting on the northbound, you're in the wrong lane. Why'd you even stop at the intersect, at the light, if your entire car is past the limit line, dipshit? You're a fucking genius, aren't you? Yep, Knight is getting on the freeway. Better keep your truck out of my lane, Knight. I don't need your lane, that's why I'm over here. You can't make your turn without going into someone's lane, now can you? No, looks like he actually was able to stay in his own lane, so not a big deal. That's something to watch for. It's not a bad thing to use the inner lane on a right turn.
Well, I'm going to leave you guys with this little song. It's called On the Road Again. On the road again. I'm on the road.
Another more jackass, just wanting some attention. Yes, he is.
Oh. Sound like a dead cat. On the road again. Like a man that is we go down the highway. We're a bunch of friends, insisting that the world keep turning our way. And no, he didn't. He is on the road again. I get my asses on the road again. The life I live is true, driving with my friends. And I ain't getting on that road again.
Come on, Knight, my lane's headed.
No, you
Get
didn't.
out of the way, Knight.
I got to twist my nuts to hit them high notes. Come on. Need to hit that shit somewhere
You
else.
fucking asshole, Knight. I can put in one too. How about that? You seriously gotta not move over, Knight, and you know fucking well my lane was ending?
You kiss my ass. That didn't sound like a night driver. Hey, what are you talking about as a night driver? What's up with that?
Speed up to get around him because he didn't want to move over, and I realized the lane next to him was completely wide open. There's no excuse for that.
I'm a night driver. There's nobody behind me. I ain't moving over with no damn body. Come on. That's not a night driver.
Well, the night driver I'm talking about has people behind him, and just decided to get up next to me right before my lane was going to end, and decided to be an asshole.
Yeah, I just saw him. You guys are I ain't trying to be an asshole. I am an asshole. That night driver was Mexican. You don't sound like a Mexican asshole. night, driver. So what? Oh, we got a CV in there when he went by it. Come on now, those Mexicans and white people, we gotta get along. We got niggers to hate, okay? We need to stick together.
Really, people?
That ain't no night driver. I'm a Mexican, but I ain't no hater. See? Mexican lives matter.
Now, either just an asshole or an attentive.
That's the John Deere. They make cotton pickers. All lives matter. You're a fucking racist. Fuck Trump. Where you at? I'm gonna put my boot up your ass. You're gonna need a surgeon to pull it out. We're here in the Sun Valley. Big Bear, heading north. Come on.
Not hard to find. He's the night driver I was complaining about.
I'm a night driver. I'm gonna pass you right now, sir.
How bad? I'm getting on 40 anyway.
Copy that, driver. Giving you a hard time. That night driver rolling northbound. This is the highway patrol. Why don't you please pull over at the nearest safe zone. Get your paperwork ready. Giving you a level 1 inspection. That's a good one.
Driver I was talking about. I think you're the one that's behind the one I was talking about. Your freaking cohort in front of you is an idiot.
There's two of them gone to 15 north.
Yeah, the one up front doesn't have a radio, so you must be the one in the back. The one up front's the one that was an idiot.
That's the one in the back, the one in the front. I'm not sure what's going on.
If you run into them somewhere, tell him he's a fucking idiot and an asshole.
Copy that. You stay about there, driver.
You too. Yeah, there were two night trucks there, both following each other. It was the first one. I think the one that got on the freeway at the same time as me is the one that got up next to me, and then or kind of in my space, in the space next to my trailer. And it didn't look like he was making any effort at all to move over or let me over or whatever. You don't do that shit. So if I lean in and say, hey, I don't, if I have to, I'll take your fucking nose off. You want to be an asshole, I'll be an asshole. I'll take your nose off and then I'll drag your ass out of your truck and beat the shit out of you. You don't do that shit. You have professional courtesy out here. You know trucks cannot maneuver very well. If you can't pay attention or you want to be an asshole like that, then don't be surprised when a bigger asshole is the one you're messing with. Vegas. Definitely a lot more nice and quiet here. See, you got one car up ahead, another truck, and an nearest it's actually a couple of cars coming up around the curve now, about a quarter mile back. I can go for this. Hardly nobody here to mess with me. Burrito eating time here. It seemed pretty quiet, either that or check's not at the bottom. Sean, how you doing? Just got onto Interstate 40 a couple minutes ago. Expecting I'll be crossing paths with Simi on the road in, I don't know, about an hour and a half or so from now. Myself. Doing what I can to make some money. Dude, just go around me, dumbass. Why come up behind me and then just camp out behind me and we're still a mile away from the nearest exit? Distracted driver. Let's see if they actually get off the freeway here in Daggett. Miller's got himself a quiet spot. Oh, yeah, they did get off the freeway here. Okay. Can't complain about that then. They got behind me and stayed behind me before their exit. I'd rather them do that than go around me and decide at the last minute to pass me, or try to pass me at the last minute just because they can't handle slowing down even for 2 seconds. buddies though to work with, I guess. Does that mean they have a couple of vets that are working with you to kind of help you, I guess, try to recover from the PTSD? Testing new PTSD methods. Okay. Let's jump there. Interesting. So they pair you up with vets who've been there but are not suffering from PTSD, or do they pair you up with people who are having, who do have also PTSD, or what? How's that work? Yeah, that's a good idea. Pick up with the travel trailer's an asshole. Get it and some people to not get it. You can be right next to some people in your unit, again, experiencing the same exact stuff that they're experiencing, literally, and some of them won't get it and some of them will. I know there's a lot of association stuff that goes on there, like where something, you might hear or see something, whatever, while you're home that reminds you heavily of maybe somebody shooting at you or whatever. PTSD to some extent, is what you're saying. had flashbacks, you didn't know it was PTSD. Yeah, and then that's the thing with PTSD, and there's something else with PTSD. A lot of people don't know that vets are, combat vets are not the only people who suffer from PTSD. Anybody who has any kind of psychologically traumatic experience, usually life or death related, but not always. It could have just been horrors of being sexually abused as a kid or whatever else. Like any of that can trigger. That can be a PTSD. That can create PTSD because you have those memories that you try to repress or whatever, and then anything that remotely reminds you of what that nightmarish memory is, that can trigger you. I think it's the body's natural defensive mechanism to any stimulus that makes it think that it's under attack. In a life or death situation or anything traumatic at all. Even if it's just psychological trauma. Alright, JCT coming at me, Blue Kenworth. We got here 4065 Alpha. JCTs today. Common to see about 24 of them, at least, on every shift when I'm coming through here. Check, I got that exterior camera positioned as far out as I can. So I might have it facing inward a little bit too. It's got slots where the screws mount, so but I might not have it in the position so that it faces far enough out. I can see that it shows in all of the lane behind me, but particularly when it comes to backing videos, I like to have it facing out a little bit more. That way, and I do more. I have to do a little bit more jackknife kind of maneuvering. Yeah, you can still see the back of the trailer. They say, Sean, idle time is the devil's playground. When there's nothing going on, you don't have something to occupy your brain. That's the perfect time for the worst things, the worst ideas, the worst memories, and all that to come up and just create all kinds of havoc. Now, speaking of that, there was a horror movie that came out a long time ago. Maybe you guys have seen it. I think it's called Idle Hands. I remember the Offspring, rock, the music group, band, the punk band, the punk rock, whatever you want to call them. They were actually in it. I think they were doing one of their cover songs. Can't remember if they. What song was it? It wasn't Ballroom Blitz, was it, or something else? They were in that. Well, basically that movie. It was basically a play on that idea where idle time is the devil's playground, people who are possessed or whatever by this thing, whenever we're not doing anything in particular, you know, their hand would go all crazy and go on these rampages, basically. How many of you guys have heard of that movie or seen it? Cops, medical professionals. Yeah, I can imagine. But even people from all, like my wife actually suffers from PTSD sometimes, you know, because of memories of her past. I won't go too much into the detail here, but you know, it's not my story to tell. You know, or I'm well aware of the situation, but I don't want to go into detail with it. She gets nightmares where, you know, anything that goes on today, even just remotely reminds her of that. It's creates problems. $19.99. Okay, I couldn't remember what year it was, but yeah, it makes sense because Offspring was especially popular in the mid to you know, in the early to late '90s, I would say, and even going into the early 2000s, I think. So yeah, that's when they would most likely to be performing in a movie as themselves, whatever. It makes sense that it'd be at the time of their heyday. Now, I'm not much into horror movies anymore. They don't bother me at all. I just I don't know. I don't think there's enough creativity in them a lot of times. Yeah, when I started to get bored with them, you know, there were still occasionally horror type movies that, you know, were at least somewhat creative enough where I took an interest in them, like Scream. I think I was already starting to get bored of horror movies before Scream came out, but then Scream actually looked interesting, so I went ahead and gave it a shot. And yeah, it's not bad. Horror movie kid where I was in my teens. The Shining, pretty much all the Friday the 13th movies, and the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Got so much into Halloween or whatever, or I don't know why, but that what's that one with the Chucky doll? For some reason I never cared for that one, and the doll thing never scared me. And come on, it's a fucking doll. It's like it's just too unrealistic to me that somebody. That a freaking doll would come to life and start killing people. That just seemed a little too far-fetched for me, so that's why I didn't really appreciate those Chucky movies, whatever. Yeah, I can't even remember what the hell those movies are called now. I know it's not Chucky, is it? It's something else. But I'm brain farting on it. under a tank for 3 days when it ran over the bunker you were in? That sucks. That was a friendly tank, I guess, and then I assume they accidentally ran it over or something and got stuck. Is that what happened? That kind of sucks. I remember there was one when we were in Iraq. I remember one of the deaths that happened there was a tank that was, I think it was crossing the Tigris River or something. And the tank actually went into the river and then it flipped upside down. And I guess the hatch up on top's the only way out of it. And so the guys inside the tank all drowned to death. Tank track was 5 inches above your head down. So one of the problems with PTSD with you didn't even have to do with enemy activities. It was actually from one of your own people. Rest area coming up, 2 miles. Yeah, this would be the one that's about halfway between Barstow and Ludlow. Yeah, I think I remember, wasn't that when they were basically making the march toward Baghdad basically to kick Saddam Hussein out of there? So from my house to Dacula, Georgia is a 2,130 mile trip. See, I think I needed 36 hours to work with. I only have 24 at the moment before I need to work on recaps. And I got 2 more nights of no recaps back. So it's possible, I don't know if, no, I don't think I can do a 34. We'll see. I'll double check my ETA. I think it's, I think it was going to be sometime in the morning of the 6th, though. And I got to double check my appointment time. I forget what time of day the delivery is, but yeah, if I stay efficient on the route, keep running hard, and then just run out my hours, which I could probably end up somewhere in Arkansas or somewhere. Could possibly do if I have enough time to work with, add an extra day to my ETA. That's basically what a 34-hour reset is. The 34-hour reset is basically a 10-hour break with a day added onto it. So if I'm going to have a day, have a 10-hour break that's already planned into there, that would get me there on the, get me to Dacula on the 6th if I otherwise had hours, and add in a day for the 34 would put me there sometime in the morning of the 7th. I want to say it's due at like 10 or something like that in the morning though, so it might be a little too tight, but we'll see. If I run, like I say, if I can run the routes efficiently up until I run out of clock to work with, that might be another story, but yeah, if I can get a 34 knocked out along the way, get as far as I can down the road before I do the 34, then what that does is allows me to use as little of my 70-hour clock that's out that when I do to get the reset as needed to make the delivery, which leaves more 70 to work with for reloads. That's what I call it, basically a combat reload. I know Sean knows combat reload very well. Those of you who don't know what a combat reload is, I talked about this before, but you never, sometimes get new people on here aren't familiar with the terminology. So, combat reload, let's just say you're Sean and you're in battle in Afghanistan or something, and you got, let's just say like 4 30-round magazines in your, on you, 1 in the gun and then 3 on your belt. So you go in a battle, and then the battle ends, and you still have about 15 rounds left in your magazine that's in your gun. Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot to plug the phone back in, so it's gonna die if I don't get it taken care of. All right. So anyway. Yeah, when you're not actually engaged in hostilities, or even when there's even just a small break in the action, where it's I didn't get a chance to see who that was going the other way. Yeah, it looks like the chat took a dump too. All right, anyway, yeah, let's just say you have like a 10-second delay in the hostilities because the enemy's trying to reload stuff. Well, that's when you do a combat reload. When you're not in the middle of getting shot at, you still have 15 rounds in your magazine. Go ahead and swap it out with a new 30 rounder, and then put the 15 away. And then when you have the ability to, who's that? 4209 Alpha. Now, whenever you have the ability to, you reload the magazines that are partially used. How I use that in trucking terms with the 70-hour clock, it's basically, hey, even if I don't necessarily have no hours to work with, if I'm, if I'm starting to get lower, and if I have a load that I'm under that affords me time to do a 34-hour reset en route, I'm gonna try to be efficient with my route. And get it down the road as quickly as I can, and put myself in a position where I can do that 34. If I can't get a swap or a drop, I can at least try to get a 34 in and have a fresh 70-hour clock to work with for the next reload. Sometimes when you're running on recaps, sometimes you have to sit around waiting for your recaps to come in before you can even drive your truck. So next thing you know, instead of a 10-hour break, you might be taking a 14, 15, 16, 17-hour break because you just don't have hours to work with, and you have to wait for your next night's recaps to come in so you can do any driving. I'm going to fix the chat. Alright. So Sean had 13 different things happen. More than one event in your situation. But I guess the tank there, running over the bunker that you were in was just one of them, right? Figured with the combat reloads, maybe just leave the parcels back so the ammo guys can reload them, and then keep swapping you guys out with the swapping your partials out with fulls. Now, of course, we have a saying in the Air Force. If you see guys in the Air Force carrying M16s in battles, in a deployed area, then something's really screwed up. Now we're qualified to shoot M16, to handle M16s in a war zone, but generally, if we have to carry a gun, then there's something really wrong. Something's already gone very wrong if we end up getting issued guns in a deployed area. Because we usually basically fly our airplanes in from outside the combat zone, but it's not entirely true because like C-130s and C-17s regularly fly right into hostile areas. Regularly in Afghanistan and wherever else where, if terrorists or whatever could be shooting mortars at you or even trying to fire at you or whatever. Last deployment on the Syrian border. Okay. That was in Iraq, I assume. Monitoring ISIS only to make sure we didn't get firefight. Okay. Only had one full magazine. Texting and driving. He had his left hand on the steering wheel, the 12 o'clock position, and his right hand down on his lap with his phone in his hand. Really close to Syria as well, but over on the Turkish side. And it was actually more of a fun trip, sightseeing. Do tours, like actual guided touristy type tours. That they would take us to check out all these castles or Antioch or whatever else. And a lot of that was down there right by the mid, and some of it really close to Syria too. After that gas attack. Okay. Yeah, I remember there being those gas attacks, and now when we send in fighter jets we bombed their airfield or something like that. Went after Assad or whatever it was. A little foggy on that. 50 miles east, 50 miles east of Barstow. Three different airfields. Yeah, I remember a couple of them getting hit. And I guess they were very, very accurate with where they placed the bombs and where they impacted the runways, whatever, and stuff, so they couldn't use the... So the Syrians could not use the airfield, but it was easy to repair. Getting hot again, so yeah, that's where I can't tell what's being said. So I expected to be an issue with the sun on this side of us. Shines directly onto the phone, and I don't have a good sock or whatever, something I can use to plumb the cold air coming out of my vents toward the phone to help keep it cool. MHK Transportation. Have a couple of people probably give a call to just for now. Right now is probably as good a time as any, since I can't see anything going on the phone anyway. Yeah, I know one of my friends called last night while I was sleeping. Oh, I guess he might be on the other line. He is not answering. He's either sleeping or on the other line, I bet. Yeah, I get you back now. You called while I was trying to sleep, so maybe I'm calling you back when you're trying to sleep. Let's see. Where's Daniel Finiak? He might be coming this way still. I don't know. He picked up in a late and he's on his way to Southern Cal. I know that. I don't know if he's made it out here yet. Let's see what's up with him. Don't act like you ain't driving. Oh. Oh, okay. You were at the rest area? Oh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's all good. I'm coming right at you right now. I'm almost to Ludlow. I'm I'm actually in the valley of that Ludlow's and I'm just like 5 miles away. No, about a hour or so drive from you. Dacula, Georgia. Yeah, gonna burn them. What's up? Honestly, I don't care if I get long runs or short runs as long as they're efficient. As long as I can burn up my 70-hour clock, that's all that matters to me. Um, yeah, I just happened to get this one probably because I was already in Vernon delivering the other load, and it made really good sense to give me a reload right out of the Vernon area because I'm right there anyway. Yeah, and it just so happened to be the load going that way. Yep, right at 2210 from shipper to receiver. Yeah, that's not a bad run. That's yeah, that's probably not even 2,000 miles though, because I did Ogden, Utah swap to over to Brundage, Alabama, and that was still only 1950. So yeah, Utah over to Tennessee probably was probably less than that, probably like 1,700 or even less. All right, forward air, try to stay in your lane. Ah, yeah, I'm in the middle of passing forward air, and he's kind of drifting toward my lane and actually onto the line and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, depending on the area, that doesn't bother me sometimes, but in others where it's like we're constantly in each other's way, it's like okay, I'm just gonna get off the road and even just take like 5 minutes or something, or even just a few minutes, so we're no longer near each other and get back on. Yeah. Hey, so what's up? Oh, okay. Hey, real quick here because you know Linda Bass, right? Okay, yeah, she's coming up behind you somewhere. I don't know where she's at now, but when I started my stream, she was in Ass Fork and coming toward you. Um, well, see, I'm about 80. little over 80 miles from my house, or no, about more like 90 miles from my house now. So she's probably in. I would have to guess at least in Kingman by now, if not a little, even not if not a little further. Nah, and I kind of figured I'll probably cross paths with her probably in that last 50-mile stretch of California. Maybe even pretty, yeah, maybe even pretty close to where you're at. Yeah, I can call her and ask her where she's at and see how close she is to catching you. I don't know. She just said she was coming this way because I was just kind of jokingly asking. So, am I chasing you, or are we gonna flip each other off somewhere? And I said we'll probably flip each other off. Yeah. So, yeah, if you want, I can give her a call, see where she's at, and I don't even know where she's going with her load yet. Alt air message. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's weird. Yeah. Let's see. Pauls Valley is about 60 miles south of Oklahoma City, so I'd say about 104, 150 or so, somewhere in that ballpark. Yeah, 70 miles. Yeah. How in the hell is this flatbedder creating so much wind? Okay, so yeah, okay, all these bushes right next to the freeway, they're getting blown around like they're getting hit by like 70-mile-an-hour winds or some shit. But like it's calm here. I'm not feeling anything hitting my truck. And yeah, and you can see them only blowing around when he goes by them, and then they kind of settle back down. Yeah. All right. Yeah, let me call Linda real quick. I can merge her in too, and we'll see where she's at. Hang on. Actually, yeah, hang tight. and that I was in and got other traffic around me. I don't do any kind of touch on the phone, any kind of bullshit. Exactly. Then they got to be on the straightaway and got to be nobody around me. Right. Hang tight. I got everything pulled up now. Hello. Oh, it's all right. I got Daniel. So if you're around the 95 and I'm at the 56, or we're gonna cross in about 15 more miles. Let's see. Yeah, so we're gonna probably cross right around the 70-mile marker. Oh, where are you going? Pacific Coast Container? Oh, okay. It varies. Usually when I go there, they put me in door 1 or 2. It's not so bad. It's usually the bigger problem is getting into their lot without getting your tandems hung up on the fence or rail there. Oh, probably a K-Pack or Channel Island or something. Yeah. Uh, You, you got a boyfriend? Ah, it, nice. And I, 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 oh, that's right. Yeah, because you delivered at Cisco in Albuquerque. Yeah. And then half the time you're there is probably spent planning. So But oh yeah, I was gonna say, but one of the things there too is they have those concrete pads that the trailers sit on in the loaded row, and that's part of the problem. Is because the tandems where they're at, I guess a lot of times they're in kind of a low spot, so it causes the front of the trailer to sit way too high. And usually when I pick up trailers from that row, I have to crank the landing gear almost all the way up. I mean, where there's not even much left before it's actually off the ground. Why the hell did I do that? Yeah, and then yeah, same here. And then maybe tag John Wayne in it so he knows that that's something that needs to get addressed. Yep. Yep. That's exactly it. That's what I do. I have tractor squat for fillers automatic. Getting out so suspension load gauge on my truck. I don't know if you guys do. Okay. Ah, that sucks. Okay, so yeah, but my load gauge now. Ah, that's dumb. Yeah, because I now I found when I pull an empty trailer, now mine's going to be a little bit different because even when I'm at 34,000 pounds, my load gauge will say 70 psi. But I know Freightliners and Kenworths usually it'll be only at 60 psi when it's a full load on their drive tires. Um, but 60. Yeah, I'm at 65, coming up on 66. Where are you at? Have you already passed 87? Okay, well, that's going to be a little 12. Okay, so we're about 12-mile gap, so it's we'll do about 5-6 miles. So yeah, that'd be about 72 or so. So not too far. Yeah, you'll be west of the Kilbaker Road exit by the time we cross. Yeah. Rub it in. Um, yeah, I usually I'll sometimes cruise at 65-ish out here, but Taking my time this time. I got a blue Kenworth getting ready to pass by me right now. Too far away and going behind a hill, so I can't see who it is though. Yeah, one of ours. Oh shit. Yeah, they're probably busy trying to get back to their substation or on the way to a call or some crap. Ah, hey, my DM's calling me. Hang on. Hello. Sure. Yeah, I'll be fine. Where are they at right now? Okay, so they're in North Palm Springs and they're going to where? Okay. Um, yeah, I was probably gonna get to like Casablanca, New Mexico today, and I'm trying to remember where I, 'cause yeah, I need one more full shift, I think, if not a little bit more to get to the yard with that. Yeah, in fact, I can't remember if it's Albuquerque or somewhere else where I've run like pretty much a 700-mile shift, whatever, to get to the yard. Okay, and then there's the other thing with my hours because they're only at 20. be delivered? Okay, so that's what I think for some of the confusion is if they're dropping the load in the drop yard, then am I swapping with them somewhere on 40 and taking it to the yard, or oh, okay. Going to Moberly. They didn't pick up in Colton, did they? What the hell are they down on I-10 for? That's weird. That's strange. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, as long as the hours work out, I'm okay with it. Okay. Yeah, if the miles are similar to what I'm already under, it should be, depending on what time it's due in San Diego, should be okay. They said 1,900 miles to cover. Oh no, like if I would do the swap, drop it in Sepulpa, and then pick up that Arkansas. Did you said Arkansas City to San Diego? Oh, okay. So I would probably swap. So they're gonna drop their load in Sepulpa, and then they'll go pick up Arkansas City, and then start coming back toward me with it. Okay. All right. Yeah, I was like really not quite understanding that. All right. So now I understand. Okay. Yeah, and it doesn't. Yeah, because I'm actually running a day ahead of schedule on it myself if I had the hours. Um, yeah, and actually, it's not that much different on the miles, what it sounded like, and even if it's like 100 miles less, it probably helps me if anything with having the hours to work with. So yeah, yeah, I'm up for it. Okay, sounds good. Okay, bye. All right, you guys there? Hello, hello, uh, hello. I saw you flipping me off. Liar! I couldn't even hear your horn. I was still on the other line with my DM. Which one is yours? Oh yeah, because he's going to night shift. So do you know who you're getting now, or oh Dale? Yeah, that's who Cody's with also. Yeah, and my DM was just training another guy recently, and I don't know if that new guy Ryan is going to be on day shift or nights, weekends, or what. Okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know he likes Cody a lot. Yep. Oh. Oh, so no wonder you probably worked well with Donnie then, because he's really hands off like that since he used to be a driver himself with that kind of that same mentality. What the hell kind of fan is this thing that just passed me? Mach 2 or something? I was like looking at this fan that just passed me, like, what the hell kind of fan is that thing? That's kind of weird looking. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna be just over 70 miles out then. I'm at the 82, so what's that? About the 117. Probably going, that should put us somewhere around the west side of that mountain over there, west of Needles. We'll probably cross. Yeah. All right. All right. So turns out I'm gonna be swapping loads tomorrow, possibly in Albuquerque. I'm not sure yet. Basically, what I think it's one of the dedicated teams that I am now. It's got sounds like whoever. So they're going to be City going back to San Diego, and so I'll be swapping in. I'm guessing Albuquerque, somewhere in New Mexico is what it sounds like it's going to probably end up being, though. Yeah, and you know what's weird is they're down in North Palm Springs. Like, what the hell are they doing in North Palm Springs? That's weird. I mean, if they picked up a Colt and a Moberly, so I know there are a couple of people who'd rather run 10 over to like either 95 or 17 and then come up to 40 from there or whatever. It's fast. Yeah. Oh, I know there are a couple of teams that usually do run that way, though. And I have met, I think his name was Dave and Tammy Smith. Yeah, Tammy Smith's in the Facebook group. I don't think he is. I met them at the drop yard one night. So I don't know if it's them or someone else. Dave does have that kind of North Carolina-ish kind of vibe to him, I guess. I think I remember them saying where they're from, but I forget. And I don't know how many different teams run that route. Uh, yeah, so yeah, I'll be swapping, heading back towards San Diego. That the load going to San Diego also delivers on the 7th. Just sure does get them a help. That's been a while. Okay. That's good. Ah, sure. Uh-huh. It's nothing's right. Uh, yeah, this load I'm under right now was kind of somewhere with um is it yeah, it's the BOL and the well no, the BOL didn't even really specify what the temp is, or at least I can't find it on there, but a load assignment says run plus 30 continuous. And then this form thing that I had to sign at the guard shack um, basically says run it at plus 30, but if it's a Publix load, which it is, then run it at plus 33. So I'm like, okay, which is it? So I sent night shift a message last night when I shut down at home, and hey, what temp do I need to run this at? Because so I emailed them copies of the BOLs and that form thing, and maybe go ahead and set it at 33 for now until we get further info. And then I guess they emailed back to uh, the person who actually monitors that kind of stuff or whatever with that customer. Let me get back to you. My DMs call me back. Ah, wow. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and we're still looking at probably swapping in Albuquerque or something, or so I could a fresh 70 to work with. Yeah, yeah, because that's actually something I was even looking at possibly doing with this load I'm already under. Yeah, if I can get in a position where I can, be picky, but at the same time, if I can take advantage of that opportunity, hell, why not? Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'm okay with whatever. So okay, cool. All right, thank you. All right, change to the change. Okay, so I guess I'll still be swapping with the same truck. Um, Not sure where yet. It could be Albuquerque. It could be somewhere else. My DM's gonna run some numbers right now while I'm driving. And Linda, you there? Oh yeah, incoming call. Okay, he's calling me. Hey, what's up? I didn't. And I'm just sitting there, not even. And it says, yeah, yeah. Based on our distance, the midpoint would be about the 117-ish mile marker, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the 117, 120, which is getting up toward the top of that mountain there, west of Needles. Or yeah, I think basically between Water Road and the top of that mountain somewhere is what I'm gonna guess. Okay, I'm at 94, almost at 95 now. So let's see, it's 50, a little over 50 miles away. So yeah, around 25 or so out if we're both going the same speed. That would put us, yeah, it should be right around the 120-ish ballpark. It should be, yeah, when you start coming back down from the top of that mountain. That's because they were governed. Yeah, it varies. Like if I'm out here, sometimes if I'm in a hurry or whatever, I'll go ahead and run 65. And actually, half tempted to make sure I have the hours to work with to get back over this way. 'Cause, turned out because they were originally, I guess Jim was originally going to give that team truck Arkansas City to San Diego, and then I was going to swap with them because they're trying to get back to I guess Alabama. Do you know many of the teams that run the Moberly dedicated whatever route? Okay, yeah, because I know Jesse and Diane run the Moberly dedicated, and there's I think his name is Dave, and uh, I, maybe I'm getting the last name or the first name wrong, but I know it's something and Tammy Smith. Oh, Brian and Tammy Smith. Yeah, I remember. I remember that name because I used to work with a guy named Brian Smith, and that's why I associated his name with somebody I used to work with. But yeah, I don't remember where they're from though, and I'm not sure who the other teams are. But basically, they were down in North Palm Springs. They're taking their load to the yard to drop it, and then they're getting a reload. They were originally going to pick up Arkansas City to San Diego and then swap with me here on I-40 in New Mexico somewhere, probably, and then take my because they're whoever it is trying to get to Alabama for home time. And since I'm going to Dacula, Georgia, that's kind of reasonably close enough for them, I guess. And but then I guess Jim changed out their pre-plan and is gave them a load going to Ontario instead. So I'm like, hey, it works for me. I don't care. Oh damn, it won't hurt my feelings if I head back to the house. And then on top of that, I only have like 24 hours on my 70-hour clock. Yeah, that was when I started my shift, and I got tonight and tomorrow night of no recaps coming in, and I can burn through all my hours before that. Yeah, so I told him, yeah, because even me taking that load over, I'd still be like 3 days early on it. I guess it doesn't deliver till like the 10th or something. So like, where at in Nevada does he live? Yeah, that's it's not adding up because even if you live it's right smack in the middle of Nevada, you're still within 300 miles of Las Vegas and also within 300 miles of Sparks. Okay. So maybe that which is a little more legit concern. That sucks. Wow. So he got the majority fault. Damn. So wait, say that again. Yeah, probably wasn't paying any attention, just looking straight ahead or something. Or could have been. And yeah, there are a few random cases where people will intentionally be an asshole like that. Yeah, I just had to deal with that this morning with a night driver. So I stopped at Del Taco in Barstow, and I got on the freeway. And you know how right there at Highway 58 where the number 4 lane ends? Okay, I'm in the number 4 lane. There was a night truck that got on the freeway at the same time as me. I think it was him. There were two night trucks in the area. I think it was the one that followed me onto the freeway though. He goes to try to pass me, but then he's camping out there, like right next to my trailer, and I am starting to get toward the top of the hill, and my lane's getting is going to end really soon, and I start signaling left. So I let, yeah, of course, you know the sensible thing to do if you're a truck. It's over the next to. Don't hang out next to another truck for one, and two, if you see my turn signal on, I went over for a reason. And he had the number 2 lane was completely wide open. How I know this is because because my load's not that heavy, so I accelerated. I ended up having to get all the way up to like 68 or whatever it was to get in front of him because the fucker wouldn't move over and he wouldn't slow down. It wouldn't give me any kind of space to deal with my ending lane. So I went ahead of him and started cussing him out on the radio about it. Then turned out there was another night truck right behind him that guy actually did have a radio. So of course I'm thinking he's the culprit. I didn't know there was a night truck at the time behind the other night truck until I get near the 40 and 15 interchange, and then I realized, oh, there's a second one there. Idiots. Probably didn't care either. Uh, how do you not know that you're? I mean, now there are some. No, like why are you? And then why drive like an asshole? You know the construction zone's coming up. You see, yeah, it's like pay attention. Don't be a fucking super trucker. You need your ass kicked. Yeah. See, for me, I'm like like I'm not gonna get. I'm not gonna put my truck on the right shoulder for any reason unless I absolutely have to be there. But like I'm not against telling a person, hey, if you really want to talk about it more, I'll be stopping for fuel at such and such location, and that, hey, if you really want to try your hand, then that's on you. So we got a freaking radio right here we can talk about it with. So if you really, yeah, like I wouldn't call myself a prize fighter either, but I'm also trained in jujitsu, so it's not like I don't know anything, and most people don't know that. Who's this? Yeah, it's a little too far away. 37 something passing the other way. Couldn't tell if it was 3706, 3786, something like that. Uh, yeah, yeah, over in Scotty's group. Yeah, I can't believe they're already turning that one in to trade in or sell, whatever they're doing with it. I wonder why. Yeah, yeah, I'm waiting for them to ask me if I want one. Like, hell no. Like, exactly. Yeah, right. Yeah, mine. Yeah, and that's one of and one of the concerns I have is with the stuff I've had to keep paying for to keep my truck up and running. I'm waiting for a day to come. They say, well, they're not going to authorize it, and that I have to either come back to the yard and swap for a new Freightliner or 2.5 years so far, and I'm down to like 61,000 on it. Yeah, I should be done. I should be done paying it off in May or probably well now probably closer to June because of that freaking downtime. Probably June or so of 2022. But yeah, like you're saying, if the day you guys tell me I have to turn my truck in and swap it for one of those damn, I don't mind Freightliners. I mean, the ergonomics on them are great, but if you're telling me I have to go to an auto shift that it can't shift, that it's bad enough going to auto shift. It's even worse when it's an auto shift that won't allow me to switch from between auto and manual modes on the fly while I'm driving. And yeah, and it's even worse. Well, no, I was told that these new ones were the manual mode still works, I guess, but you have to do it before you start moving the truck, and then once you, then you can't switch from mode to mode while you're moving the truck. Yeah, Yeah, and then also that adaptive cruise crap and collision avoidance, I guess, is like a standard feature on all the Freightliners now. I'm like, screw that. Nope, that adaptive cruise and collision avoidance is exactly why I left the company I was with before. I would have stayed in that company and dealt with that bullshit if I and been home almost every single day in a in a dedicated fleet if I wanted to do it that way. It's like I'm not going into a truck with that garbage in it. Ah, because um, yeah, yeah, yeah. Most of the time when I pick up at JBS and Cactus and I'm going west, I'll actually go to I'll get on FM what's that 972 what's that that farm to market road literally just like not even a mile north of Hart, and then I'll get on 54 in Dalhart. Yeah. Yeah, the road I'm talking about, I'll probably tell you the same thing. It's technically, I think it's technically a 56,000 pound limit. But when you're on that road, all you see are freaking farm related 18s. Yeah, so I never see cops, and then I might see occasional followers. Half the time, it's like, great, where you at? I kind of cheat. 126. Okay, so we're just about 10 miles out. So oh, you're going up the other hill. So let's see, I'll be at about the 121. Yeah, so you'll be coming back down the other side, and I'll be going up when we cross. Yeah, 'cause I kind of sped up a little, and only then because I know I'm gonna be taking that other reload and or that doing that swap, and I want to make sure I have hours to work with to get back to San Bernardino and drop it. And I told Scott, because my recap situation, probably not a bad thing if I just drop it in San Bernardino and then do a 34-hour reset at the house and then reload with a fresh 70. Yeah, that's it. Maybe he is a truck driver and just forgetting that he's not in his truck. Yeah, maybe he's just or one of those distracted people where just kind of in a trance or playing on their phone or something. Because I see that sometimes where people will just camp out behind me for no evident reason. And then after a minute or two, all of a sudden they finally decide they're going to pass me. I'm like, you could have done that a long time ago. That's funny. And he's still staying behind you. So for people watching this stream, Linda is coming up the other side of this same hill that's right in front of me, and she's doing only about 25 miles an hour up it. And there's a pickup, you said, right? Yeah, a GMC pickup following her up the hill, not making any effort at all to pass her, even though he could have done it a long time ago. Some of these people. So he only moved over because you moved over. These people crack me up. Yeah, both of us. Things I'll never understand. Oh, by the way, yeah, I've not seen any. I don't think I've seen any chippies between here and Barstow. At least I don't recall seeing any. But a Suburban, okay. Sunbeam Solar. Alrighty. It sounds kind of familiar. I think I might have seen it before. There are no cops at the Water Road exit, which of course you know is a common place to see them. Uh, refresh my memory. What color is your truck again? Isn't it black or blue or something? Silver. Oh, that's right. Well, because I'm thinking your old truck, aren't I? All right. Okay, so I'm coming up the hill. I'm behind a man transportation truck. I see like 3 or 4 red trucks in a row coming your side, and let's see, because you're coming down the hill now, right? Is that you who just got out of that left curve? Okay, yeah, there's a white Freightliner or something in front of you. Oh, yeah, that's your lights. I see them. That's exactly what I was looking at. Yeah, because I saw a silver truck come getting out of that curve, and I thought it might have been you. Time to flip each other off. And you know, that's how we all greet each other. Every time Brian David and I pass each other, or Cody and I, or anybody else, anybody I know, if I know that they're passing by me, yeah, we both will always flip each other off just for fun. Funny. Yeah, and then I could always use a break from having mine on my head anyway. So, all right, well, enjoy your trip there, and I'll talk to you later. Bye. Okay, I was Linda Bass. I just passed, also known as Simi on the road. She just passed by going the other way. Well, she waved, I flipped her off. Nice there, we do it for fun. So anyway, like I
come in. And I can have a fresh 70 to start a new run with. Let me restart Streamlabs. The chat's messed up. Okay, we're back. Any cops in it yet, but yeah, there's a little turnout thing right here. A very common spot to find cops hanging out, monitoring eastbound downhill traffic. Morning, James Kelly, I should say. RG. Yeah, RG, I was coming your direction. This load is going your way, but then I find out this morning I'm not going to be taking it all the way there. I'll be swapping in New Mexico, as you probably already figured out. Okay, so James, your truck got towed down to Bloomington. Oh, that's nice. So you took a FedEx load up to Oregon just so you could get back to the truck and then find out they towed it to Bloomington. What the hell? Is it not drivable or what? That's weird. Yeah, what a pain in the ass.
Message 1 of 13. Important received today. At 11:08 a.m. please meet at the 14J in Amarillo TXI-40 exit 76 for a swap ASAP. L3365 Scar PH 951-990-7887 L4316B 10 Joanne PH 256-300-1643 L3365E will get a load to Ontario Cut in L4316B will get a load to Gopher HT Scott.
Okay, so look like if I'll be doing a 34, it'll be en route and not at the house, so that's, the swap is somewhere other than I thought it was going to end up being. Amarillo, I can reach with the clock I have, but I don't think I'm going to have enough to make it back to San Bernardino like that. But that's alright. If I do a 34 somewhere else en route, I can do a 34 en route and then end up probably still dropping in San Bernardino and then be ready to reload right away. God knows I could use the miles and money right now. There's a cop right here watching this side. Mile marker. Usually they're up at the 126. Interesting. It's 130 is a little. 126 is a little harder to see them in advance because it's hiding behind the hill. Volatility index, also known as the VIX is up 23% today. So sounds like the panic mode selling is going on now. I guess the federal Fed chairman made some concerning remarks, which I actually have on my voice reader. I just gotta listen to it. And let's see what we got.
Former Federal Reserve officials say the timing of its interest rate hikes between 2015 and 2018 may have been a mistake, a rare moment of humility spurred by the Fed's adoption of a new framework for approaching inflation. Lael Brainerd and Richard Clarida, both serving on the Fed's Board of Governors, said this week that the Fed may have curbed a quicker post-2008 recovery in the job market by lifting off of zero interest rates too soon. There would have been a different concept of inflation, and a sense that there was no need to preemptively withdraw, or prepare to withdraw, on the basis of an expectation of inflation materializing, Brainerd said in a webinar Tuesday. The rethink concerns the Fed's understanding of the trade-off between unemployment and inflation. Fed officials had COOB as a way of keeping the economy from overheating and inflation from significantly overshooting our objective. The unemployment rate at the time was 5.1%. Prior to the COVID-19 crisis, however, the unemployment rate fell as low as 3.5% with no signs of runaway inflation. Year-over-year changes in core personal consumption expenditures, the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, which excludes food and energy prices, have averaged about 1.6% since the Fed adopted its 2% target in 2012, a persistent undershoot. Former Fed Chair Janet Yellen. AP photo, Andrew Harnack. Fed officials have pointed to other economic factors for the phenomenon of disinflation, not to be confused with deflation, the decline in worker bargaining power and global pressures on keeping final goods prices low. Clarida said Monday the old frame of thinking served us well, but added that econometric models can be and have been wrong in assuming that a low unemployment rate will lead to excessive pressure on inflation. Times change, as has the economic landscape, and our framework and strategy need to change as well, Clarida said. The new framework installed two major changes, allowing inflation to moderately overshoot its 2% target and prioritizing an assessment of the shortfalls of employment from its maximum level. In practice, this means the Fed would tolerate prices rising above target without preemptively kicking off its hiking cycle like it did in 2015. All the while, the Fed would be focused on pulling in more workers into jobs. Fed officials have pointed to the fact that marginalized people, such as low-income and black workers, are among the last employed held on. Brainerd said Tuesday. In a webinar on Tuesday, Yellen said she supported the framework changes but defended the Fed's early rate increases on the grounds that the unemployment but I don't think it would have made an extreme difference. For his part, current Fed Chairman Jerome Powell has said the central bank's view is that a robust job market can be sustained with a labor market in which 14.5 million Americans, sidelined by the coronavirus, are relying on unemployment insurance. Powell has said the Fed is not even thinking about raising rates. The Fed's next policy-setting meeting will take place September 15 to 16. Brian Chung is a reporter covering the Fed, economics, and banking for Yahoo Finance. You can follow him on Twitter at bchungs. Jackson Hole wrap-up for the Fed, inflation is all about managing expectations. Cleveland Fed semester GDP to be about 6% lower than last year for 2020. Jackson Hole, Fed Chair Powell unveils effort to target moderately higher inflation. Jackson Hole preview, Fed to take on deliberately vague approach to targeting 2% inflation. A glossary of the Federal Reserve's full arsenal of bazookas. Read the latest financial and business news from Yahoo Finance. Follow Yahoo Finance on Twitter, Facebook.
Alright, Somebody was more talking about the past there with the Fed policy decisions, and I do agree because now basically there's Fed does rate policy to try to control inflation. They're not trying to keep the economy in a certain position. They're not trying to prop up the stock market. Those are just byproducts of their attempt to keep inflation under control. They don't want it to be runaway. They don't want inflation to go up too fast. But you don't necessarily want it to be too slow or even have a deflationary economy either. Definitely nice weather. It is pretty warm. It's not super hot here, but it's 102 degrees at the moment. It's like scalding hot for you or somebody maybe who's from the north, but 102 is not that bad at all here for Needles. Yeah, it's still hot, but it's not as uncomfortably or unbearably hot as 115 plus kind of temps would do to you. Mile mark. Got about 15 miles to go before we'll be in Arizona. Needles right here in front of me. Less than 3/8 left on fuel, so let's see. Assuming that's even accurate, I don't know. Should normally be able to make it from Holbrook to Southern Cal and back, or at least, well, I don't know. I might have to stop at USA Truck Stop in Kingman for a bit of fuel. Surface streets, you gotta walk illegally on the freeway. at Pilot Flying J, but then I could also use some shower credits, so not necessarily a achievement or somewhere. Swapping in Amarillo, it's so could possibly be doing a 34. Wi-Fi tips. I don't even know. Looks like a Samsung thing. Alright, so force it to stop. Don't know why I even get that damn thing. I don't even use Wi-Fi on my phone. I have unlimited data, and even when I'm home, sometimes the Wi-Fi can act stupid, so I just should use the phone's own connection. And I won't use Wi-Fi in other areas because if I'm on a public network, there's always a chance that somebody can hack into my phone or something and start, checking out my files or whatever else. Private network, it's really not that hard to at least identify other devices that are actively connected to the network. I don't want to go into the technicals of that here, but it's very easy to see what devices are hooked up to the network. So you can go through that list one at a time and see who's if it goes to any device or not. If you can see the device, there's a possibility you can hack into it too. Even if it's sometimes you don't even have to hack in. Sometimes certain folders on the device or whatever are already publicly shared, whatever, or available, where you can just go and pull up that device right there in the folder tree and see files that are in it. At least like good 50 gallons or so. Kingman. Stay up and stuff. then you have to follow the in-cab signal. It benefits me more, but I called our compliance people not too long ago and asked a question about that, because there were questions about it by more than just me. And I was told that some of our drivers, like a couple of drivers, have actually been pulled over and ticketed for bypassing, even though the roadside sign said that they should. So safest option, the safest thing to do is just go ahead and pull into the weigh station anyway. I began to do that myself. If the standpoint says pull in, then I'm going in. Just a hair different in speed than me, so yeah, even dropping down at 69, he's slightly pulling away from me, so I'm gonna leave my the cruise speed down a little bit. He's welcome to pull away. 1 mile an hour difference is not gonna kill me.
In George Floyd's death argues he died by drug overdose, not knee on neck by Amanda Woods. August 31, 2020, 8:43 a.m. A defense attorney for fired Minneapolis cop Derek Chauvin is arguing that George Floyd actually died of a drug overdose, and not the actions of his client captured on video seen around the world planting his knee on the back of Floyd's neck. Defense attorney Eric J. Nelson filed a motion in Hennepin County, Minnesota, District Court on Friday, claiming prosecutors have failed to show probable cause for charging Chauvin with second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter, to which the former officer has pleaded not guilty, ABC News reported. Chauvin was filmed with his knee on Floyd's neck for almost 8 minutes during the May 25 arrest as the 46-year-old begged, "I can't breathe." Nelson's motion, which pushes for the judge to drop all charges against Chauvin, comes about 3 months after the incident that sparked worldwide protests. The attorney cited Floyd's autopsy, which indicated that fentanyl and methamphetamine, a drug combination known as a speedball, was found in his system. Nelson also referenced the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's post-mortem report, which indicated Floyd had arteriosclerotic and hypertensive heart disease, hypertension and sickle cell trait. He additionally referenced Floyd's claims that he had contracted COVID-19 and was still positive at the time of his death, a detail confirmed by his autopsy, according to ABC. George Floyd Ben Crump Law. Put simply, Mr. Floyd could not breathe because he had ingested a lethal dose of fentanyl and, possibly, a speedball. Nelson killed him. Adding fentanyl and methamphetamine to Mr. Floyd's existing health issues was tantamount to lighting a fuse on a bomb. Derek Chauvin kneels on George Floyd's neck. Getty Images. In a footnote, he quoted Hennepin County Medical Examiner Dr. Andrew Baker as saying, "If Mr. Floyd were found dead at home alone." Article 129 of 136. California chicken plant to temporarily close after 8 COVID.
Shut up. Talk about this first. Crowd. Something I want to know the answer to. Yeah, also increasing the pressure on Floyd's diaphragm and lungs. But there are people who, even who don't have those kind of medical conditions, can still have panic. He has to take a nebulizer to get her O2 level back up and calm down. So he might have the same kind of issue there. And then they mentioned the sickle cell trait. Has I guess kind of a kind of appearance to it. And the red blood cells, if you might remember from any biology class or whatever, kind of science classes, anatomy, whatever, the red blood cells transport oxygen from your lungs to different parts, to all the different parts of your body. All your cells throughout your body require oxygen. But when you get these sickle cells in your blood system, basically they take more of a round, like a ball shape, whatever, and they're not able to take on oxygen. So you have these blood cells in your stream that are not able to do their job, and it limits the amount of oxygen. A lot of people mistakenly believe that only black people get sickle cell. Nope. Yes, again. People of any ethnic group can get sickle cell trait or sickle cell disease. It predominantly affects black people, but it doesn't mean that blacks are the only people who get it. A sickle cell is actually the body's natural immune response to malaria. Something else a lot of people don't know. So even a white person, go ahead and get yourself a case of malaria and then survive it. There's a chance your body might, in a way to adapt to it, and try to get rid of it, will start developing these sickle cell traits, to get rid of it. And the next thing you know, because your body, your DNA structure, or whatever, is damaged from it, you can pass it on to your offspring. So that's where that really comes from. But now there's something I didn't know about it at the time until I ended up talking to another JCT driver over at the Walmart DC in Sparks, Nevada. Because he had it. I mean, he had sickle cell problems, and I knew something. We got to have a good conversation. I already knew about how it's the body's response to malaria. He was actually pretty surprised that a Caucasian man like myself wouldn't know anything about that. Because usually hardly anybody does. Even black people who don't have sickle cell trait don't know that kind of stuff a lot of times. So he was really fascinated by the fact that one, anybody at all knew about that already, and two, as a white person who doesn't have sickle cell, actually knew about that. Like, hey, I read, I listen, so I learned stuff. But he educated me on a little bit more of that too, because that when he goes up to higher altitude areas, it actually affects him, his ability to breathe and carry oxygen. And he has basically an oxygen thing that he uses when he's in high elevation areas, just because of the sickle cell problem. And now this guy drives with his wife. He was telling me about how, he was getting up into the higher elevations of like Wyoming and stuff on the way over. He had to basically put his oxygen mask on, or it's kind of like a CPAP machine thing, I guess he uses to help keep his oxygen level up, and to where he can still get the. Because otherwise, getting up at altitude like that can actually kill him if he doesn't have that. No, it was interesting. I learned something new from that. So knowing that now, if George Floyd had sickle cell trait and he had that issue, then it's already not getting enough oxygen to his brain or to his body, then the sickle cell is going to exacerbate that. Now you have the other issue too, like with what the county coroner, or county medical examiner, or whatever, saying one thing, and then they had that independent autopsy done that said something that's made different suggestions. That's patient bias or something that's factoring in, or maybe if they're not considering the other things enough, or you never know. I want to keep digging into that issue, and I definitely don't want to say anything divisive, because I'm not into that kind of stuff. And people are really sensitive on this subject as it is, so. But to me, if you can't look at this from an intellectually stimulating experience, or that you can learn from, and not have your emotions involved in it, then you don't need to be talking about it. I'm trying to be very objective about this. I don't know anybody's motives and all that. I'm more interested in the physiological effects of what happened. Yeah, based on my, I'm under the impression, at least, that he has we'll just call it a palpable argument there, that he might have, it's possible he didn't have anything to do with that, but I do want to wonder about that independent autopsy where they kind of suggested that the pressure on the neck, basically closing out the carotid and jugular, how long your knee can be on those, on only one side of the neck, and have it eventually do long-term harm to the person. I don't know the answer to that. That's why I'm curious about it. I know that if we do jiu-jitsu sparring though, and you put me in a chokehold, normally I can breathe just fine. If the chokehold is only affecting my arteries and veins going to my brain, whatever, it's I can sit there and breathe just fine, but I'll still pass out in about 5 seconds. But if you have it improperly applied, where it's actually pushing directly on the esophagus, then that's another story. I'm going to have problems breathing. Above a quarter of a tank, so I can go at least 100 more miles, actually more than 100 more miles, but I got a good uphill climb on this section to between Kingman and Flag. Sun City, California, that's where I used to live, but who the hell's calling me from there? Not really sure. Could be a spammer, especially when it says unknown name. So I'm not going to answer that. There's that weird looking van again. What the hell? Mach 2. M-A-U-C-K 2. What the hell kind of... That's a weird design on that thing. You guys see that kind of van before?
California chicken plant to temporarily close after 8 COVID deaths, CBS News 3 hours ago.
Now, this place we're talking about
Foster
here.
Farms on Tuesday night plans to close its chicken processing plant in Livingston, California, for a week of cleaning, bowing to an edict from county public officials. Rounds of deep cleaning and 2 rounds of COVID-19 testing for all 1,400 people employed at the facility, Foster Farms said in a statement issued over the weekend. If 6 days is not enough to fully clean the facility and test all workers, the closure could be extended, Merced County health officials said in a statement. Only the part of the Livingston facility that is affected by the outbreak will close, health officials noted. The rest will remain open, with workers undergoing frequent tests, officials said. Foster Farms also promised to take additional steps outlined by county health officials. We further agree with the Merced Public Health Department that opportunities exist to enhance social distancing, add to professional healthcare staffing that will oversee COVID-19 programs and improve COVID-19 related employee communication. The latest missive from the company struck a far more conciliatory tone than one issued on Friday. In that statement, Foster Farms defended its response to the outbreak, expressed confidence that the facility was safe and did not say whether it would comply with the county's closure order. California health officials had ordered the plant's closure as the local public health department worked to curtail what it calls the most severe and long-lasting outbreak in Merced County, at the facility in Livingston. The true count of infections among the plant's employees is unknown, as the official count is largely based on workers who chose to get tested and reported the results, the Merced County Department of Public Health said last week. The facility now accounts for 18% of COVID-19 deaths of those 64 and younger in the county. The county public health department's account of what led to its closure order is a somber retelling of deaths that seemingly didn't have to happen. In late June, a month before any workers had died, but as cases tied to the Foster Farms outbreak continued to rise, Merced County health officials visited the plant and offered recommendations for controlling its spread, the MCDPH said in a statement. Foster Farms did not fully heed guidance to conduct widespread testing of its workers and change their break space, according to the health department. Throughout July, public health officials urged widespread testing to control the outbreak. Foster Farms initially tested less than 100, or about 10%, of those who worked in the department with the most cases, and 25% of those tests came back positive. It took the company an additional 3 weeks to broaden its testing, and, subsequently, 3 fatalities were linked to that department alone. After another site visit to the plant in early August, the county issued 2 directives to Foster Farms spelling out the steps it needed to take to control of the spread of the virus. In the more than 3 weeks since, COVID's spread within the plant has not been contained and active outbreaks continue, posing a significant threat to Foster Farms employees and the surrounding community, according to the county health department's statement. Before issuing its closure order, county and state officials said they tried to work with Foster Farms but were unable to reach an agreement. In view of increasing deaths and uncontrolled COVID-19 cases, the decision was made to order the Livingston plant within the Foster Farms Livingston complex closed until acceptable safety measures are in place, Dr. Salvador Sandoval, Merced County's public health officer, said in the statement. The closure of this plant is the only way to get the outbreak at Foster Farms swiftly under control. The Los Angeles Times reported that Foster Farms employees received emails late Thursday telling them to report to their regular shifts Thursday night or Friday. The plant and all other facilities on the Livingston complex are safely operating, said the email reviewed by the newspaper. Please continue to wear your face covering and follow other safe practices at work and outside of work. Foster Farms reportedly employs about 12,000 people at turkey and chicken processing plants in 5 states. In addition to California, the multi-billion-dollar company also has operations in Alabama, Louisiana, Oregon, and Washington. As of last week, there have been at least 37,500 reported positive cases tied to meatpacking facilities in 416 plants across 40 states.
Of California cities. They say alleged videos from California. Nancy Pelosi districts, Maxine Waters, etc. down the line.
Oh boy, more politics.
I got delivered in all of their districts. I need to start taking films because it is people in the rest of the country don't believe you until you show them pictures. I know people I know in Arkansas said it can't be that bad until I showed them pictures on my phone, films on my phone. And they're going, oh my God. I said, yeah. Yeah, that's California for you now. And they've been steadily, they round them up and move them out into the country. I said, it's not just in the big cities. In the little towns and stuff. There's homeless camps everywhere. And this is under Democratic rule.
Yeah, that's true. Barstow has a whole bunch of homeless people that all get bussed up from Irvine or somewhere down in Orange County.
Well, it's like Salinas gathered them all up and put them all up down by the railroad tracks. They were any day. Last year, you could drive by the city park in Salinas, and there would be junkies laid out. They'd go there to run up their heroin, because that way the cops should walk back through there and kick them in the foot and make sure they were still alive, right? 2 months ago, I'm delivering in Maxine Waters District, downtown LA. And standing on the corner in front of a store is a man with his pants down around his ankles, whacking off. And people tried to walk in and out of that store with their little children. That's a Democratic-run city for you.
No, that's just an idiot on drugs for you. Doesn't matter who controls that city.
No. Okay. We got a couple of big cities in my home state. They don't allow that shit to take place. The cops who come, they drag their ass off. They take them either to the hospital or to jail. One or the other. The public is not exposed to that shit. We don't have to be. As far as looting goes, we got a law in my state because we do have tornadoes and floods and stuff like that. You can't loot it. They should shoot on sight. Mall of Turtle Creek, Jonesboro, Arkansas. A year ago this past spring had a big tornado hit it. The cop showed up 20 minutes later and there's all these people in there looting. He shoots one guy in the leg, that's all it took, and they all give up. He took 40 people into custody for looting.
I remember that. I also remember at one time when those people were doing that stupid clown prank thing. It took one of them getting shot by somebody that didn't think too badly to it. And all for doing it.
Yeah, well, you know, cops in Arkansas, they don't have rubber bullets, I don't think. They just won't. And Black Lives Matter shut down 440 one time, and they told them that once they cleared them off the road, they said, don't do it again. You can peacefully protest without walking on the interstate.
Yes, and it's this woman passing me right now. It says a woman, and whoever it is going the same direction and is pretty close by.
Like that boy got shot and killed in Austin, Texas. Now, he was protesting, but he'd been living in Austin most of his young life. And they interviewed him. He said conservatives are pussies. They don't go around arguing. He pointed his gun at the wrong person, and the dude took him out. Because he forgot where he lived. He lived in Texas.
Clear the rest of the night.
We got the same laws in Arkansas about your house and property and your personal safety and safety of your family. Stand your ground. What that the prosecutor, they do is they have the castle law in Missouri. What that prosecutor tried to do to that couple in Missouri was totally illegal. They were in their rights. Because somebody's protesting, they have no right to be on private property. This law that they passed in California now, a because I can't sell you ice in a cup or a cup of coffee after 8 o'clock at night. That's nothing to do with public health. That's them flexing their muscle to make the people cow down. I mean, what y'all turning into? A bunch of freaking sheep over here?
Yeah, I'm from California. I don't remember hearing any of those kind of rules, but I know that certain places have that stupid no plastic straw rule. And I hate those damn straws. They're freaking twisty together, and I've had them unwind on me while I'm trying to drink out of one.
Well, it is a new law. They just enacted it. Some places in California, they can't sell you a fountain drink at all. At all. But I go in there to Kramer Junction last night. A whole crowd of us around there waiting to get coffee and ice. And they said, it's after 8 o'clock. We can't let you have ice or soda or coffee. I said, what the hell kind of bullshit is that? They said, well, it's not us. It's the governor. I said, no, it's you. You live here, right? I was talking to the manager. He said, yeah. I said, you vote? He said, yes. I said, then it's you. I had that asshole recalled in 30 days in my home state. He would be. Start bullshit like that.
Yeah, that's an idiot, Governor. We're just outnumbered. I can't stand that idiot, but yeah, I'm not sure someone will vote for him. I don't suppose that Love's over there in Moron's open yet, has it? I know it was there a week or so ago, and it was still closed, but it looked like it's getting really close now, right?
I'll take you all over town. Speed up. I said, no. No, 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 you are not going to hire me, and everybody thinks I'm not qualified. You're not going to lower that bar, because I can jump over it right where it's at. Okay. I took him all around town. We went to deliver the load and picked another one up and come back to the... Damn, you get a job. When you lower it down, his qualifications, that person's not qualified.
And that's how we get so many steering wheel holders out here. Come on, trying to hang and run. Not too much though, with a story in there. So how you feel about all these auto shift trucks and stuff?
What was that?
So how you feel about all these companies going to auto shift trucks now?
I couldn't understand you. Your radio was breaking up bad.
Well, maybe that's why she's not responding. A mile ahead of me, I'd say. Probably go ahead and steal my load and keep them in as well while I'm at it. Might as well. That way I have a good skill that I can give the other driver and confirm that it's in a good spot. I mean, that the weights are all good and all that. JCT coming at me.
I get
43.
so mad sometimes at these shippers. They're supposed to pick up 60 lugs and oranges. They get down with me and I go back there and look at the load bars up. And then they got my 60 lugs. They packed all the way to Philly. Then I got a pallet sitting there. Boxes and bags of oranges. I go inside and I ask the guys, that's not what I came in here to get. He said, well, the customer called and wanted to know if there's room on the back of your trailer for another pallet of oranges. And we told him, yeah, because they loaded me right to the bridge law, right? For California. And he said, so we went ahead and put it on. I said, they don't run this truck. Me and my boss man, we run this truck. I got to deal with the weight issue all the way across. I hate that shit sitting back there with a calculator at the pilot figuring out how much fuel I can put in. Yeah, we went ahead and did the ballot. I told the boss man this morning, he know I'll be sure to let him know they owe me. How many cases? I said 40 cases. Yeah, they owe me for 40 cases of orange.
I've had a couple of those loads. That one load of broccoli out of McAllen, Texas, that I had to steal my load every time I wanted to get fuel so I could make sure I didn't go over on the fuel. And I had another one that was a load of apples out of Washington. Same situation.
Usually once I steal the truck, the first time before I go in, I always steal before I go in. Everybody anyway does. And sit there and get that first scale ticket. Look at it. know how much fuel weighs. So, you know, it's just a matter of sitting and figuring that every time I feel where I can go, you know, before I gotta feel again.
Yeah, I just don't do at least 100 miles. I should, but I've been going up the hill, so I'm not going to get the good, best fuel economy. I can probably make it to the flying, or the pilot, whatever, in Belmont. But I don't really want to take too many chances with that. So I'm gonna stop here off this next section, Eddie Devon Avenue, and here in Kingman, and get some fuel here just to make sure I have enough to get me to at least to Holbrook. Then I can get enough in Holbrook to get me to Santa Rosa. And get enough in Santa Rosa to get me to Amarillo and back to Santa Rosa. And then I can max out my tanks in Santa Rosa on the way back. And after that, probably top off and either Holbrook or Winslow. Get me into California and get me back out before I need fuel again. I got a good routine there with knowing where to get my fuel from. Yeah, and not have to pay too much. Tim and Joanne. All right, I don't know. I don't think I know who they are. You guys are a quiet bunch today. What's the story there? It's either all lurkers or people just multitasking and just listening but not getting involved. Alright, lights turning red. Tom's already over here. Still got more than half on def, so yeah, I just got tractor and reefer out here.
You have 3 hours and 11 minutes of remaining drive time.
Is the app gonna work this time? Let's find out. Looks like it might. Truck and reefer. get to my reefer unit, but I'll try.
of remaining drive time.
truck. You got an RV on the shoulder here, the 54 eastbound.
message has arrived.
You're ready to send your evening ready for status check. Whenever. I'll do what I want.
You have 2 hours and 47 minutes of remaining drive time.
I'm not gonna burn drive clock sitting here in the parking lot. That just doesn't need to happen. Alright, 246, yeah, I shouldn't be any problem getting me to East Williams, if not even Flagstaff. Yeah, Flag gonna be, I'll definitely be down to home. Not too much left on the clock by the time I get there, if I do decide to stop there. Haven't decided yet where I want to stop for my 30 yet.
This guy's speed's too close to mine. Not worth it to try to pass. Hey, what's happening? Oh, okay. How'd that go? Oh, yeah, I saw you sent me a text or some sort. I've not seen it yet, though. Yeah, so I've been driving, and then I just stopped in Kingman for some fuel and pressing on now. Where are you at? Oh, it's still down on I-10? You still down on I-10 or something, or what? Oh, yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, that's a long day. That's a lot of miles. Yeah, now, now last time I stopped in Sonora, I or yeah, I think it was there I stopped at. A tornado went through that area, and I almost stopped at that other place just not too far west of there. And the tornado warning was going right through that spot where I thought about stopping. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think you would have been able to reach that for sure. Or maybe the one in Fort Stockton or something. Yeah, or maybe the one in Fort Stockton. Yeah. Yeah, because you're like 100 or so miles east of Fort Stockton, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, I was say it sounds like about 370 or so out. Uh, how often do you find yourself out of hours? How often do you find yourself out of hours on your 70? Yeah, but how often do you find yourself in a situation where you have to wait on recaps or do a 34? 800, but I'm trying to remember. You don't have, or is it, do you have child support coming out or something? Or was that maybe, okay. Yeah, so that probably hurts you some on that. And then also, because you also do more T calls and stuff, which basically robs from one week to pay the next week. Yeah, and that could also be a factor where you, yeah, I don't know what the situation there, but yeah, because sometimes when you do like T call load that would otherwise be paying that week, then but pays the previous week, that also takes. But oh yeah, yeah, I don't blame you. I could probably take a look, see if I can figure out on your settlement or something if there's something like what's going on with your fuel and other kind of stuff. And what you should have been able to take. Because Cody had that same issue where he was getting lower paychecks. Like he had one week where he had just over 3,000 miles, and he only took home like six something. And then I had one that same week I only had 2,900 miles, but I took home like 300 more than him, and I figured out it was because he had a debt payment from the previous week. And on top of that, he went over full budget that week, and then I was like 90 or so under my budget or something like that. So yeah, the fuel thing can make a big difference. A lot of times people don't realize that they're doing it. And for one, I get reefer fuel, Holbrook, and then I'm going to Amarillo, coming back to Santa Rosa, and then I'll max out my ticket. It's a difference too, because especially if it's a gallon less than what Flying J is. It's like stopping at freaking damn power lines, making my AC, my CB do that. Anyway, yeah, like stop at the Flying J over there in Winslow when it's what, like 2.59 a gallon or so. So even with the rebate factored in, it's still 25 cents less per gallon. And then 100, if you buy 100 gallons worth of fuel, that's a $25 difference in your cost. Yeah, that adds up. 35 child support is the only thing driving that, because if I have a 3,500 week and I pay 175 a week for child support, it's I'm still usually getting well over $1,000 check. Like, probably at least a good 1,400 or so. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was basically asking you earlier. How often do you find yourself waiting on recaps to come in or running on doing 34s because you don't have hours to work with? Yeah, I yeah, and then also they calculate at a different speed than what we do. It's like you and I probably calculate at 60 or so miles an hour, and then they will only calculate 55 or so, if even that. Good. Yeah, I just I don't know. A lot of I don't usually turn down loads at all, and then whatever they give me, I usually assume that that's probably the best thing they have to offer me. So like even if I don't like the load because it's too slow or whatever, like well, they must not have anything better to give if that's all they're giving me. But now they're yeah. I've heard other people make that claim. I can't really say. I don't know. Okay, now here's one for you because I was about to comment on one that actually Tyler Preston posted yesterday. I want to see what your thoughts on it are. You know, the one with the driver of the month thing. Yeah, but do do you do you have any thoughts at all of any kind on the driver of the month award thing? Yeah, and I feel the same way. Like this is a bullshit award. You know, I spent 20 years in the Air Force, and we always had an NC, Airman of the Quarter, or Airman of the, or yeah, Airman of the Quarter, NCO of the Quarter, Senior NCO of the Quarter, whatever, or year, or month, or whatever. And half the time it was just a popularity contest. Who's the biggest ass kisser or something, or you know, who's the biggest yes man, or whatever you want to call it. And you know, I never people who like actually like to work and just want to do the work and not have any issue, whatever. They don't care about that stuff. Like me, I don't. I never wanted to be a NCO of the quarter or whatever. Just do my job. I want to make. I just want to earn my living and know that I'm respected by the people I work with and for or whatever else. it, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what kind of sucks about that area, I think, is it's not like there's an abundance of inbound freight to your neck of the woods, and pretty much, yeah, yeah, or Rosenberg. Ouch, 40 gallons. Yeah, so it basically costs you a good $100 to get home. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's why it's always a different situation for me because I'm home so much, and I understand too there with I can't imagine how much more pain in the ass it'd be for me to get home if I lived in an area like you, or if we're talking about possibly even at some point in time moving to Oklahoma to be closer to my boys. But it's like, how often I won't see home nearly as often. Vernon then ended up doing a whole 8 hour sleeper berth there at the receiver, picked up a reload also in Vernon, and then ran it up to the house and did a 10-hour break at the house. It's like, not, yeah. So, I mean, their route network here is structured great for my needs, but like you or someone who, is in not such a great area, like, okay, like I'm going to be swapping loads tomorrow. It's going to be one of the Moberly dedicated teams. Yeah, so what's going on there? Basically, the couple, I guess, is trying to get home time in Alabama or something like that, and the load I'm under goes to Dacula, Georgia. So my DM called and asked me if I'd be interested in swapping, and it turned out it was one of those Moberly dedicated couple teams. So the plan is they're going to be I want to say I'll come back over to changing it to yeah, versus dropping maybe doing a 34 at home or something. But that's all good. I mean, like I said, can't complain. That's how often I'm home anyway. But yeah, but the other team is like, it's not like it's just so easy for them to get a load that gets them where they need to be. It's trickier because they don't have so much freight that goes over there.
Article 130 of 136. Motorist killed after driving head-on into semi-trailer. The Associated Press 7H. Follow. Teconcha Township, Mich. AP, authorities are investigating whether a despondent motorist intentionally crashed into a semi-trailer on a southern Michigan highway. The sedan struck Sunday on Interstate 60 east Teconcha Township, the state police. The semi-trailer was traveling south on the highway when it was hit head-on by the sedan, which was heading north in the southbound lanes. Both vehicles then caught fire. The sedan's driver, Shannon Lee Risner, 44, of Coldwater, died at the scene. The truck driver was not injured. Article 131 of 136. Raiders surprisingly cut expected starter at cornerback, report Heavy.com 5 hours ago. Up until this point, the Las Vegas Raiders haven't made any overly surprising roster moves. That changed on Monday, according According to NFL Network, the team is letting go of veteran cornerback Prince Amakamara. This move comes as a surprise because Amakamara was expected to be a starter for at least a while. He was coming off of a productive run with a really good Chicago Bears defense. He figured to be a decent upgrade at the position for the Raiders. There's been limited media access during training camp and head coach John Gruden has been keeping his card his fate. Players as good as Amakamara don't typically become available this close to the season starting, so he should get scooped up pretty quickly. He made it clear that he still wants to play this season. I spoke to Mike Mayock this morning, Amakamara said, for ESPN's Josina Anderson. He said they like where they're at with the decision to cut Amakamara pretty much means that the Raiders are happy with Trayvon Mullen and Damon Arnett as the starting cornerbacks. Arnett reportedly looked really good in training camp, and perhaps the jump from college football to the NFL won't be too much for him. While both young cornerbacks are very talented, the Raiders are taking a massive risk. They face some of the best passing attacks in the NFL this year. Mullen and Arnett aren't going to have an easy time this year. LaMarcus Joyner seems to be the only veteran cornerback who is a lock to make the roster. The Raiders could feasibly have 2 rookies and 3 sophomores on the cornerback depth chart this year. The secondary could make or break this team in 2020. Follow the heavy on Las Vegas Raiders face. Could Raiders look for CB help? Though it's most likely that Amakamara was cut because the Raiders are confident in their young cornerbacks, it could also mean that the veteran was just bad and the team is going to look for help elsewhere. A trade probably won't be happening, but there are still some strong players on the free agent market. Former Titans and Patriots cornerback Logan Ryan is still a free agent. He wants a pretty big payday, which is why he's still available. He'd be a really strong pickup if he's willing to lower his asking price. Tremaine Johnson is also an interesting player. He had a solid stint with the Rams and got a massive payday from the Jets when he hit free agency. He ended up being one of the biggest free agent busts in recent memory. Johnson was benched for poor play and let go after 2 seasons. There's no doubt he's been seriously humbled. Perhaps he could return to form with a change of scenery and a really cheap contract. Article 132 of 136. Brian Urlacher's former teammate threw him under the bus for Jacob Blake comments sportscasting 14 hours ago. Over the last few days, Hall of Famer Brian Urlacher has been under fire for his controversial comments about the Jacob Blake shooting. Urlacher has received strong criticism for his remarks that have resulted in the Chicago Bears distancing themselves from his point of view. That ventured up a notch after one of his former teammates went to social media to blast him. Brian Urlacher makes controversial comments. In the wake of the near-fatal shooting involving Jacob Blake, there has been plenty of reactions around the sports world. Much of that has seen a strong call for social change to put a stop to those incidents happening. However, Hall of Famer Brian Urlacher went the opposite direction as he bashed the NBA players for near little comment for Bears star running Matt Privilege. The comment Urlacher posted is void of empathy, compassion, wisdom, and coherence on this social issue. Like the rest of the NFL, there will be more actions ahead from the Bears to help generate change towards stopping social injustice. Article 133 of 136. Man buying used car robbed by 3 men in Victorville. BB.com 3 hours ago, officials said. It happened on August 28, 2020, at about 1:50 p.m. in the 14,100 block of Green Tree Boulevard. Sheriff's spokeswoman Mara Rodriguez said the victim, a male adult, met the 3 male suspects while walking. They began talking and one of the male suspects offered to sell the victim his car, stated Rodriguez. According to Rodriguez, the 3 men drove from the victim's home into the bank, so the victim could get the money for the purchase. After the stop at the bank, the suspects drove to the area of Mesa and Hesperia Road, where the suspects got out and then forced the victim out of the car, stated Rodriguez. The suspects kept the victim's money and drove away, leaving the victim without the car and without his money. 2 of the suspects were described as a white male, approximately 5'9", tall, with red hair. Anyone with information is asked to call the Victorville Police Department at 760-241-2911. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 140,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Article 134 of 136. Benadryl challenge is a dangerous and deadly fad on social media, medical experts Fox News, yesterday. The Benadryl challenge is a dangerous social media fad on the app TikTok that led to the death of a 15-year-old Oklahoma teen last week. Doses of the over-the-counter antihistamine drug Benadryl challenge is dangerous and Highland Jewish Medical Center, New York, could eventually lead to the heart stopping. It can also cause seizures and extreme drowsiness, which could be fatal when combined. Berman, also the Associate Chair of Emergency Medicine, added. Benadryl is a commonly used over-the-counter antihistamine drug used to treat allergies and allergic reactions. Dr. Kelly Johnson Arbor, the medical director at National Capital Poison Center, told Fox News that, even though it is available over-the-counter and is generally safe when used as directed on the package insert, serious toxicity can occur. It causes hallucinations that are mentioned in the description of the challenge, but it can also affect. Bottom line is that engaging in such a challenge is inherently dangerous and can be fatal, Dr. Robert Glatter, an emergency physician at Lenox Hill Hospital in New York City, told Fox News. People may require intubation to secure their airway in the setting of a significant overdose. Simply put, as you approach the dose that leads to hallucinations that the challenge calls for, the risk for seizures and deadly cardiac arrhythmias significantly increases as well, Glatter told Fox News. The Benadryl TikTok trend is extremely concerning, dangerous and should be stopped immediately. As with any medicine, abuse or misuse can lead to serious side effects with potentially long-lasting consequences, and Benadryl products should only be used as directed by the label. Spokesperson for Johnson & Johnson, manufacturer of Benadryl products. A spokesperson for Johnson & Johnson, the manufacturer of Benadryl, emailed Fox News a statement. The health and safety of people who use are priority. Any medicine, abuse or misuse can lead to serious side effects. It's vital that parents monitor their teens' social media activity. In the event that an overdose is suspected, Dr. Johnson Ogier, please contact Poison Control. And Tesla TSLA began trading on a split-adjusted basis. Apple shares split 4 for 1 and Tesla split 5 for 1. So for each share of Apple someone owned on Friday, as of Monday they own 4. For Tesla, that number is now 5. Investors were excited about this news. On Monday, shares of Apple rose 3.3% while Tesla shares gained a whopping 12.5%. Both stocks closed at record highs. Which both makes sense and doesn't. On the one hand, both companies said these stock splits were designed to create broader access to their shares. As part of its July 30 earnings release base of investors. On August 11, Tesla said in a press release, Tesla's board of directors investors. Emphasis added. And the rally in both stocks on Monday shows that wider access did indeed create incremental demand for shares. But with Robinhood and other online brokerages offering investors access to fractional ownership in shares, it is somewhat surprising that so many investors were still enticed by any newfound affordability of a full share of either company. Especially since the split is basically the same as the price of shares. Splitting a stock does not change the value of a business. The textbook would thus tell you to make no change in the price of a company stock because to 6 earnings. Dave Lutz flagged on Monday, after each of Apple's 4 previous stock splits the stock fell over the next 10 trading days. If anything, then, history suggests Monday's split would be negative for Apple stock. However, the idea of a liquidity premium says that both stocks should trade as one that has $100 discount before
Yeah, so if you take it toward Apple Valley, there'll be a right turn on the Hesperia Road. Hesperia Road will, Hesperia Road will curve around and take you right down to where America, basically about where America is at. Yeah, and as you can see, the very start of my live stream that I'm running right now on YouTube, I actually took that way
minutes of remaining drive time.
Deer guard came down on me again. That thing drives me nuts. My deer guard, it keeps unlatching on me while I drive, and then I have to relatch it. It's like it unlatches and then it drops down, so it's like, so I look like some freaking idiot who didn't finish my pre-trip or something. It's like, no, I did my pre-trip, and last day, even when I stopped at Kingwood for fuel lane, I had to raise it back up and relatch it, and I can see west end of Flagstaff now. I'll be stopping here in town at the Little America Travel Center for my 30-minute break. Stopping in Williams, but I want to have a little shorter run to do to finish the shift. But relatively shorter. I'm still going to put on at least a good 270 or so miles, more than likely, if I have the clock to work with, which I think I will, but I'll have to double check. I'm going to try to get to we'll be stopping probably in Holbrook along the way for fuel. So I paid over $2.70 a gallon for fuel earlier. Well, I think that's what it was. $2.60 something, $2.70, I don't remember. Maybe it's $2.69 or something, $2.68, I forget. So I think it ended up being like $2.54 or something like that with the rebate, which is still above the national average. So that's why I just got barely enough in. Oh, and then a little bit more actually. So I mean, in reality, I can probably make it to the New Mexico line before I get fuel. Truck right here slowed down. Although he's kind of overdoing it. Yeah. Then I'll get $2.18 fuel in Holbrook. And get just enough there, for the most part enough there to get me to Santa Rosa, where I get $1.99 fuel. Then when I get to Santa Rosa, I max out my tanks, well, actually, because I'm going to be swapping loads, I'll probably just get just enough to get me to from Santa Rosa to Amarillo and back to Santa Rosa. And I can get more fuel at the same place and then max out my tanks at that point. Big yellow signs that say lane ends, merge left. And also these big arrows in the middle of the lane that say that your lane's ending. Adjustment I made to
of remaining drive time.
Alright, just shy of 3:30 p.m. or 15:30 local time. For Flagstaff, we're going to stop at Little American Travel Center right here to the right of me. Same people that filmed a picture. Those are the same people that need crayons. Joe gave me an idea on a way I can hopefully put a zip tie on the over the top of the latch. So I mean, you know, enough where it'll do its job and stay on, but where it'll still keep the latch from rotating enough to allow it to come off. Toward the guy on my blind side than one of the other one. That'll work. They're both reefer drivers. I could have set up straight back too, but make sure I know which way my trailer was aimed at and how close I was to them. The line's not really well defined over here. They ate a lot of crayons, damn busy place. Yeah. Maybe I get lucky and I'll have an SD card here that I can get. So I can get my stuff like this one. Now, anyway, yeah, so here for 30. Run from here to Casablanca from here. This Casablanca, I got 160 miles from here to the New Mexico line. Another 110-ish, not quite 110. So we'll say right about 200. Then I have a little bit more to work with. Yeah, I'm not sure I'll make it further than that though. I can. And it's I've been able to get to like Route 66 travels a little more, I don't know, kind of on the iffy side. And it doesn't really matter because I figured I can still get there, get out to Amarillo tomorrow, and then do the swap. Assuming they'll be there, I don't even know when they're going to be there, and then run from Amarillo back to Albuquerque possibly. Alright, I'm going offline for a bit. been really quiet on here. It's hardly any chatter at all. I'm not sure what's going on. View count seems to be a little down today as well. Some viewer count there, or at least double digit. So it's kind of weird. Instead of live stream all the time, because I get the front back view stuff out of my dash cam. And I can kind of compact the footage and do more interesting stuff. Okay, so the load I'm under right now is actually coming your general direction to Dacula, Georgia. And I'll be swapping in Amarillo. It's actually a run. Yeah, they have home time scheduled in Alabama, so they're basically looking for my load to get them home. Which works, which is fine by me. If it wasn't for the fact they don't have hours to work with to get it all the way, maybe a 34 en route on the way back to California, and then run it back in, drop it in the drop yard, keep moving, keep making some miles, which I need. We need to do at least 30,000 miles a quarter to get down now for maintenance, and then did another day or two and for maintenance, not too much after that. So really 2 full weeks, and that can be a killer. Some quarters it's not a problem at all, but this particular quarter, it just hasn't been too good. So I got to pretty much run 3,000 mile weeks every week this month, and have a good chance. I don't think I won't have. So anyway, I'm going offline. Like I said, I may or may not stream this evening. May just do recorded stuff of whenever I have some random thought or whatever to talk about, or instead of just watching the same scenery all the time, or me talking on the phone with other drivers or something. So. But I do want to stream every so often, just trying to figure out what works best for them. So, I know there's some people who probably have concerns about the interaction part, so I guess that's another reason to consider recording. I don't know. I'm kind of in the air on that. But I'll probably go back and forth or something between that kind of stuff. Not to mention, I can. When I do record it, there's also chances I can listen to music that I like that I cannot play on the stream unless I want the stream to get blocked. So, anyway, if I do record, I'll hopefully get record. I'll post it tonight.